Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream, the 23rd of December, 2025. Getting pretty deep into the year right now, so I'm gonna see what I can do to get this demo out to you all ASAP. Okay, big thanks to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. I've been having a nightmare morning with the archaeology project, to be honest with you. Somehow, there's just more stuff that just like a tiny thread that you keep pulling and you keep finding more things. And the more things happen, the more sure I am that actually I built things right the first time, and that a lot of the hiccups have had to do with other things, but I can't prove any of that. So I'm not going to say anything about it. I just spent a lot of kind of running around. Sorry, chat, one sec. You want to see this view. Boom, 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 boom. And I want to update this. Okay, that should do it. Okay. So, yeah, it's been unfortunate for me to have to do so much of that, but I did some Insignia stuff today. I had a meeting with Elias, who has been working on haptics, and they're coming along really well. To be honest with you, I'm pretty pleased with the work that he's doing. So, haptics, for those of you who don't know, just means rumble. We're doing rumble on controller stuff, and I really like his approach. I think he's done a good job. So, demo stuff. Let's go. Demo arigato. All right, for today, gosh, what's left? This is really, it's really stretched out, hasn't it? This demo period. I guess we should start with just a straight playthrough. Hey, Shetland Paladin. How's it going? Let's take a look. Alrighty. And I'll bring some notes up as we go, just so that we can track anything that pops up. Alrighty. So, 3, 2, 1, set the game engine. In fact, let's go all the way to the start of the game, the actual start, the title screen. Hey, Mercy Elder. And I'm gonna have to, I might actually see if I can plug in my Bluetooth controller, or not plug, but use. And oh, that actually does work. Wow. Okay. Cool. All right, and maybe we get the music in here as well. Now the music currently it's not playing because it's using the global setting for the music, which is not ideal because the global setting is only accessible in the game menu. So you literally have to do it here, here, here. I wonder if, hey, it might be a cool idea to just solve that right now if we can. So, I guess the question would be, no, I think instead the better idea would be to make it so that the game in the title screen ignores the sound settings. I think that would be the better way to do it. I don't think it would be important to bring the sound settings into the system scenes. So anyway, let's just play it and see how we go. Not from here. From here. Oh, that'll be fun. All right, cranking the audio for me and bringing it up for you too. Alrighty. Good. Great. Cool. Stairs all work good. Very good. Can jump up them. Yep. Great. Yep. Ah, that's something that I just did. I was midway through that before I got pulled over to the archaeology stuff. So I need to fix that right now before we go any further. So let's for each. No, it needs to be something like for int I equals 0. Yes. Yes. And then take that away. Bring this here and then do it again here because I need to test something. Sorry, pals. Hello. So, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, originally it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0 to 8, and then it goes 0 to 7 from 9 to 8. So we are removing one, but we need to say what kind they are. Dot kind. Okay, so it's animation, message, animation, animation, sound, dialogue, dialogue, animation, animation. The second dialogue needs to go. Okay, and I also did that wrong. This needs to also have the kind. Get rid of you, get rid of you. One more time. Okay, so this is, it did remove a dialogue. Dialogue, 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 animation. Therefore, why is this not giving us what we want? Because this sequence here, what I'm doing is midway through the gameplay, I'm deleting this if the item that you've just picked up doesn't have a description. So the question is, why does, when we try to do this, when we try to remove it, why does it not work? And the only way to do that would be to go to the sequence player and to say go to next and to literally determine debug.log. Current event equals okay, let's try that. Okay, so the next thing it wants to do is go to animation, and for some reason it doesn't want to do the animation. And the animation is the screen effect, you know, spotlighting out. I'm not sure why that is. Oh, it could be. I think I know what it is. It's that we've got this as part of the timeline, and this has got a clip not found here, so it's not synchronized. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Okay. So, And that's because why? Why do we need these two like this at all, to be honest with you? If I delete them, since they have nothing in them, and then I go to, I'm so glad I found that. If I delete this, and then I take this missing reference and then null it, I think we should be okay. I think we should be okay. If it's not, if it doesn't exist, it won't try to play something that doesn't exist. So, oh boy. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, now I know why I did it. Okay. Now I know why I did it. The reason is that previously we were placing the dialogue at the bottom underneath Armin, and the only way to do that currently is through the timeline. Now, I'd like for that to not be the case if I'm going to do this here. Otherwise, I would need a way for that clip not found to not get stuck on that and just keep going. All right, let's play some music and I'll solve this. Ah. Okay. All right. The way that we're going to solve this right now is in our dialogue inspector, sequence editor, update timeline dialogue. No, I don't want that. Let's try portrait index. Try import. Nope. Only 2 places where we use that. That doesn't seem right. Dialogue engine story step. Dialogue inspector. Oh, okay. There's just a thing called dialogue inspector. That's fun. Okay. So what we want to do is do the same thing we do in dialogue clip editor. And then it's dialogue clip behavior has a transform or this pin location. I think that's okay to do that here. So I'm going to do it. So in dialogue inspector against the, this is going to change this. Okay, so the issue here is that I'm adding this dialog clip dot screen position, which should be serializable because it's an enum. This tells us where on the screen the text is going to be when we don't have a thing otherwise set up, like a character pin. But I already have this assigned in the timeline. So I guess it will be set here and then overridden there. Where unit tests? Don't even ask. Okay, so we have this pin location, and then in the clip editor, not this, not you, not you. Dialog inspector, close all others. In the dialog inspector, when we draw this, the last thing we want to draw in this list is another using new horizontal scope. Draw editor GUI layout dot enum field. Step dot what did I call this thing? In story step, it's called pin location. Okay. So that's where it is. And if I squeeze this down, I guess it should be on the right side of this almond dialog. So NPC character. So the first thing we do is the first line has this thing here in a horizontal layout group. Otherwise do that, otherwise do this, or just do this anyway. That'll put it in the same line. Okay, but what I hate about this is that I hate the way that it fills so much of the space. So maybe we'll try to do a max width on there. GUI layout dot max width. Sure. Okay, but that's not, whatever that number was, it's not big enough. Okay, let's bring out these params. Wait, 250 not enough? That can't be right. Cannot change from enum to screen location. Well, that's not right. Pin location is oh no, it is screen location. Okay, well, why is that? Why is that wrong? That's fine. So then, does the enum pop-up not have a layout group? GUI layout dot max width. Yeah, is that wrong? It seems really confused when we do that. Or is it just not rendering it very well? No, it looks like it's broken. Maybe we'll just say width. Nope. Okay. Alternative is using new horizontal scope. Okay. Bro, still no good. The only other way to do this is to, hang on a second. don't know what toggle left alt position is. I don't know why it thinks it wants us to do that. That's just Copilot being silly. Yeah, the other way to do this is to essentially do a horizontal layout group where you don't put a label here. And instead, the first thing you do is say label field. Yeah. That way, it makes it way smaller. Okay. So then this thing, still not happy with that. Not happy with it. What happens if we just take this away and then we do that with what's left? Well, it's fine, but I think it's more, this has a max width of 150. This has a max width of 32, and this is the text character. That should be like more like 100. There we go. Okay. So actually, what we would want is for this to be like 100 as well. And then like, surely this part here, I can put a width on it with the same logic and have that. That's better. Okay. Well, and then if it sits there, yeah, okay, very good. So now the idea would be that this goes bottom and this goes bottom. And then I'm not using these yet. So as long as these save and get serialized, then we're all good. So what we're going to do is going to go open it in the Explorer and then open it in here. And then we want to look for bottom. Did it get saved at all? Pin location. Not seeing what I'm looking for here. Hey, sorry, buddy. So if I was to like come back, does it still say bottom? Okay, so it thinks maybe it should be. But I'm not seeing it there. So if I like just... Could be that we need to compile this because we haven't done anything since we did that. This is public. It should be serialized. And this should be like serializable. Enums, I'm sure they are. Well, that is already, and that's public. And then like dialog clip.screen location. Hang on a second. Dialog clip screen location, which is this. So this should be serializable. I mean, and I know it is because Unity saves it already for the other stuff. So again, checking the dialog here. It did not serialize. Okay, it's there at least. And 8 would be the bottom. Good. Okay, now it's serializing. Cool. I guess I needed to force it. So as long as that's saved, we can save that. This is such a runaround for something so simple. But all right, so now in sequence player, the thing that plays these, when we set up dialogue, prepare dialogue. This should probably be called like play dialogue. I'll leave it as prepare. Okay. So location is that, and then that, and then that. Timeline has custom position. And this location, else. So if we're not using the pin, else location equals else if the step event, what's this called? If current event dot pin location is not default, this is all done. And it doesn't matter if actor is null or not here. It's really just this right here. It's just the location. Okay, we'll see if it works. That's a lot of me screwing around just now. Nope. I didn't see it. No. Oh, interesting. It never ran this code at all? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's not going to compile any of that code because I didn't save this when I undid the rename. I mean, there'd be, I don't know, 120,000 lines of code or something, maybe 150. Hey, it did throw it on the bottom. Let's see if it showed it. I wasn't really looking. No. Okay. So at least we know for sure that the location is correct. Will use pin location is actor is not null and or transform actor transform. I feel like actor is what? A game object where actors contains the key and actors is NPC data. I think it should override that actually. So we don't even use the else. We just say, hey, if there's a specific location, we're going to use that instead. Because you set it up, right? I set the location. If it's not default, it means I set it. Hey. Perfect. Okay, and I'm happy with that. Okay, so back to the beginning. Hey, Velcro Beans. You're just in time. Hello, hello. Hey. Cool. So I was thinking of adding some kind of a little automated tutorial to open this up and show it and then hide it. Not sure. That might be too much. Thank you so much. A long time. I hope I'm not overwhelming players with that stuff. Oh, certainly not pure spaghetti. Like, one is pure spaghetti. I mean, I put it like at a 7. Depends on where in the game we're talking about. Some parts are like a 7, some parts are like a 10, and some parts are like a 5. But I'm me, so you know, someone else might consider my code more spaghetti. So this needs that, and that needs an orange chunk. Oronite chunk. And off by 1 errors. Don't forget that. The second one. Oh, thank you so much. Release date? I don't have one of those. Thank you so much. There goes the dog. Ooh, that's one thing I wanted to do. Almond scratching head. Hey, an oronite chunk. I totally need that for later. That's literally a thing that I need. Ooh. Little hedgehog slamming into the thing. Okay. Anvil should not be glowing. I'm going to be taking a break from dev, or at least this kind of dev. Ooh, that didn't end well either. This doesn't work either. Hugo music. In puppy scene, just or instead looping. That's no good. That's new. Okay. Thank you. I know. Cool. Okay. And can't do anything here. Late. Oh, where's my cello? It's gone. I mean, should the cello be gone? He probably should just say something like, I don't know if I want to play that right now. Or at least just have something there that you can't interact with. I wonder if his dialogue should be like, I don't know. I like it where it is, but maybe I could put it on the bottom. Maybe she could be on top, he could be on bottom. I don't know. I want him to be facing the other way, but I don't want his face to be looking at her. I don't know. All right. Cool. Cool. Speedrun strats. Now, I actually can do this. And then I can do this. It'd be nice to see some sort of... It'd be nice to see forged designs accounted for in the design menu. So I also think it would be nice to like bring this back to Mum. I don't know. What do you think? I want to. I just don't know what reward she could give you that would be valuable. Maybe later we can do it. It's just, there should be some sort of like, you know, reason or like reward. Although ultimately I know what the reward is. It's just I haven't developed it yet. That she never seems to be able to hit him. That's happened very consistently. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's a thing. Okay, Alex responding to Armin getting hit, and then to Armin hitting her. And then the other one would be Armin doesn't get hit by Alex. Okay. Okay, very good. I feel like I really want to be able to look at the quest logs here and see what the answer is. I guess that's so far so good. That's good. What about this? That's good. I think I should go through and update those quest descriptions. Ouch. Come at me. Yeah. There's a feedback form that's part of the demo, or a number of feedback forms. And we also have the forum. What's his name? Pillow. It doesn't usually happen that way. Oh, I might need I already have one of those. Oh, thank you, Six. Ow. Ow. Oh, I forgot about this part. I really want to do a charge attack so badly. I want to put a charge attack in this game so badly. Ow. Oof. The different text colors mean like object, location, and something else. Place? Object, place, person? I can't remember what it is. Action. Object, place, action. Hey, Robin. One sec. I don't really want to be here long or at all. How much money do I have right now? 171. That's not that much. Hey, Tony Chopper. I'll get around to it when I can. I'm not sure if I can afford voice acting. Well, there already is like a sound that plays that's different for different people. I could do some. I've got a sister who could do some. She's pretty good with her voice, but I don't know. Dude, that moment is so important in this game. It's so important that you see like 16 things. Because you know what it does? It immediately puts a thing in the brain that says, the next thing that I do, if this is 3 of something, and I need 16, and I've been playing for an hour, this game has 16 hours of gameplay. Do you know what I mean? Immediately it does that. We are doing one. Yeah, that's right, Tony. I think I want to introduce a character right here. Or a recurring character. Oop. Well, I can go up here now, so let's try that. Can I do this? Nope. What if I'm really good? What if I do this and then that? Ugh, can't do that. Good. That was a huge bounce. Do I really only have 2 of those? Oh, I got 3 roses. That's not right then. Game says I only have 2 roses, but I have 3. Ouch. $318, that's pretty good going. Hello. I know the orange key is pretty chunky. Oh, I forgot I could do that. Nice. Now I take less damage. I should probably give that a visual effect as well. Oh, did I do enough of this? No. But do I have enough? I have 3 honeycombs. Yeah, I need to signal a little bit better when I can make things. Uh-oh. What's happened here? Ooh. Dialogue not found? Excuse me? Hark, apprentice, with our words we made this world. What? Okay. All right. Ooh, that's also not the input. That is not the input for this button. Yeah, okay. Balance, cutscene, missing dialogue in timeline, and also wrong input in charge ability modal. I don't think I should let players skip that cutscene. I also haven't guaranteed that it works correctly if I do skip it. Okay. Well, since I'm here, what else can I make? Technically I could make another pot, but I shouldn't let myself be able to do that. Every zone's got a different color, depending on the ability that you unlock. Also. All right. You twist my arm, I'll do it. Got him. 5 and 2 of those, and I just threw one away. Great. Oh, 220. When did I get 220 quills? Okay, well, I just need 2 oronite chunks and I'm good to go. Baka. Also, might as well do this. It does run away from you. It bounces. I probably shouldn't let the player do that. So what have I got? We got the honey ring. What does that do? Extracts edible honeycomb from all beehives. Huh. Nice. Oh. No. Wait, did it? It's been saving, right? So I should be okay. Thank God. I scared myself. Do I still have it? What was it again that I just got? Wait, and what have you got? Anything for me? No, we need 3. Gluttony band. Take less damage for a short time after eating. I don't know if I've got that set up. I don't know if it does that. But I would like to show the armor on the pauldron. Pauldron? Now we can go back. What's the third thing I'm going to get from him? Placebo item. Whoa, reckless pauldron. Shoot, I can't wear everything at once. What do I take off? The thing that does nothing or something else? Now I got 2 pauldrons on. The reckless pauldron gives you a hitbox when you roll. Like this. So now you can go like this. Is that gonna break? It should. I don't know how much HP I gave them. I thought it was 2 hits. So maybe... Okay. Okay, so Gluttony Band. No effect. Pauldron. No visual effect. Icon. Reckless pauldron doesn't break boxes. Okay, let's keep going. Hey, 2 damage is nothing to sneeze at. I'm gonna make it 5. It's good for enemies that are that have 1 HP, like the bees. Even these guys, I think. Oh, well, that was weird. I hit it and it reacted. That should kill it. Maybe it doesn't have 1 HP. Maybe it's got 10. Oh, hello. I feel like there should be an NPC in literally every scene. If it was up to me, I would do that. Someone saying something in every scene. Oof. That's not good. He does that quite a lot. He gets stuck in his fall state often. Let's check that too. That was the map. Just chapter 1's map. It goes further. Also, this is nothing. It needs to be something. Okay. Oh, I don't have that yet. Oh, which means I can't get up there then. I have to go this way. $5.89. We've got tons of stuff now. Tons of money. Skirt. Also, like, the forge. Hang on, I'll finish this first. Hang on. The forge input prompt over Armin's face. Don't like that. Oh, no. Yes. I think you need a cutscene here for Armin looking up to this and going, well, I guess there's nothing for it. I just have to jump across or something. I mean, that was a jumping puzzle. Most of the game is jumping puzzles. Okay, we need, for this scene, we need to throw in music everywhere. Organs, music. But also, we can play it here manually because we're cool like that. Anyway. Oh, I missed one. This needs to be jammed. And then it needs to... Or, actually, I suppose it's not a big deal. You don't need to be able to do this. If I could just... I can skip all of it, I guess. It's not that important. It's more optional than anything. Alrighty. Here comes the puzzle. Hey, Flimsy Nimsy. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. We're just doing some work on my game. Oh, that was dumb. But I can do this now at least. That's what? A mushroom. It's always a mushroom. If it's a mushroom, it means I didn't put anything in the chest. But first, give me that magnet ring. Not that I can use it on anything this side of the demo. Wait, and she didn't take my money. It didn't subtract the money for it. Whoops. Did it? I don't think it did, right? All right, see you in the namespace. Can I finish her? Nope. Oh yeah, Severin. Did I have the money or did I not have enough money? Interesting. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I think what it's doing now is it's checking if you have enough money, but it's not subtracting the money. It's just giving you the item if you have enough money. That's what I would guess is happening. Oh, that's not supposed to look like that. What if I just go this way? Huh. Or maybe it is. I wonder why that's like that. In any case, such a far place to go from where we are now. Made it. Well, that's the demo. It might be time to reintroduce a couple of characters. So, as always, look at the list of stuff I just gave to myself. Alrighty. Well, we got to get to it, I suppose. So, first one might be pretty easy, which is this one. Okay. This anvil, if we go to this, it's off now. If I save the scene like this, then press play, it should stay off. It's off there. If I make this no progress, press play, it should still be off. Good. So that's the first thing. It's just saving that. And what time is it right now? It's 2:48. 2:48. Okay. All right, this one's... I'll leave it actually. This is like a unvalidated. It's just a nice thing I thought I would put in there. Magnet ring didn't take money. That's pretty reasonable. Well, let's organize them first. Okay. Game breaking, awkward, not a big deal. That's where we need to be at. So this can be game breaking. This is awkward. Let's put like a second bar for like awkward. Okay. So game breaking above the first line. Armor doesn't get hit by Alex. That's pretty bad. Hugo music doesn't. Oh yeah, that's pretty bad. Should the cello be gone completely at night? That's just awkward. It's nice to see forged designs accounted for in the design menu. That's just a little awkward. In fact, it's a nice to have. It's not even wrong. It's just a thing that might be nice. This is awkward. This is important. This is broken. This is broken, but it's mostly awkward. Pauldron, it's nice to have. It's not bad. Wrong input. This is broken. Gluttony bend, no effect. I mean, it's not great. Pauldron, no visual effect icon. That's okay. Game says I only have 2 roses, but I had 3. Not great either. Update quest descriptions. Nice to have. Okay. Well, that's it then. So, this is the lowest of these 3 or 5. Armin doesn't get hit by Alex is a pretty bad one. Okay. So, let's look at what Alex is. Combat guards, sequence, player, script, cutscene, rapper. So there's Alex. Alex is just a life component with a retro animator on it. And the animator has a damage handler. I don't know, never heard of that. Don't know what it is. What does this do? Life.register collision. Oh, this is just for her to take damage from Armin, I think. So then in the timeline, Alex uses stab on Armin. And if we go to her retro box thing, that all looks pretty reasonable. 20 damage on Armin. We can test that by doing something like this. just bring it out here, set it to true, put it in the scene, have her do stab, put it on a loop, put it on play, and just let it ride. So, that looks like it hurt me. But only, oh, okay. Okay, well, it's definitely hitting me, but it doesn't seem super consistent. I think we could go like this. I mean, that's pretty, like, it's pretty straight up and down. You know what I mean? It's not that weird. It's just an attack. Ah, I know what this is. This is because on trigger enter does not get called. Let me turn the music off for the game. Whoops. You stay here. You go down. Okay. On trigger enter does not play if the objects are not moving at all. Which is really annoying. So we could do something fancy here, like add a little X velocity on her. That might not even work. No. She's a rigid body in the scene that is kinematic. We could have continuous collision detection. Another way to do this might actually be to just make the thing move. So if it starts here on the previous frame and then is there on the next frame, technically the box will move between those two. So we could say that's 20 damage and this is also 20 damage. It's a pretty big flaw in the system. That you only get hit if you are moving. What is the logic that I need to employ here? Yeah, on trigger stay might be a thing. Let's just check box collider. Okay, first of all, I want to take her out of the scene and test her elsewhere because she shouldn't be here. We should do the test somewhere that we know we can do it. So I'll do it maybe even just at home. Alex, you're the first girl I'm taking to my bedroom. Sorry, Maggie. Sorry, Mags. Alex has a cool spear. Alex has a cool glaive. Do you have a glaive, Maggie? Well, hang on. That seems to work just fine. Huh. Well, now I'm confused. She hit me just fine here. Down, down, down. So why did that happen? Hey, Can Give. Thank you so much. What? Okay, what if I move her? Now that is infuriating. Oh yes, it only works at home. Perfect. Let's just confirm what's happening here. That looks like a hitbox to me. With a damage of 20 on it. So I'm happy about this. This box collider has an attached rigid body of Alex. If I put her on a dynamic rigid body, she falls through the floor. So we won't do that. Oh no, her velocity's stuck. What's this called? Every hitbox has a box, has a collider info. Collider info has our on trigger enter 2D. Okay, what the hell? Look at all this. Collider entered hurt, collider entered enemy hit. Wait, so Armin gets hit. He gets hit in this. What the heck? He's hit. Wait a second. Does Armin have a different idol right now that doesn't have a hurt box? But wait, no, he has to have a hurt box because that's the whole point of him getting the collision enter. What? What? So we're getting this far. Yep. Okay. Armin, collider entered, enemy hit. Other collider info, enemy hit. Yeah, there's definitely a collision being registered. So, is it not supposed to be compatible? How? How is that possible? Wait a second. It's an enemy hitbox, right? Okay. So what's the error here? Collision.collider.getPhysicsLayer. Okay. C.collide collider. Hurt, hit, hurt, 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 hit, hurt, hit. Sometimes the enemy hit is null or something. How is this possible? Does collider info not always return true? Does she have a hitbox? Hang on a second. Does Alex sometimes have a hitbox that doesn't have a collider info? That seems pretty straightforward to me right there. I mean, there's nothing else really that can be happening. I don't really know why she has a hurt box. She probably doesn't need one. But in any case, let's learn more about this thing. So those two things should never be null. Neither of them should be null. They look good from here. They look perfect. But sometimes it is null. Sometimes, oh, enemy hurt touches something. This might be like the chicken or something walking around. Yeah, the chicken. It literally is that. Okay. So then this is passing through marvelously. It should be just fine. And yet nothing. Okay. So it's saying false. It's saying these aren't valid. These aren't valid things to cross over each other. Armin Idle has a regular hurt box. So interesting. So what is A and what's B? Let's go debug.log. Default. So Armin's hurt box is not being hit by her hitbox. Armin enemy hit retro false. because whatever he's getting hit by is on the default layer, which in this case might be his nav collider, might technically be interacting with it. So, because he's got a collider that is this, and that's on the player physics layer. He's got his hurt boxes. Oh, one of them is on the default layer. Oh, that's bad. If that's, oh gosh, that's really bad. That's so interesting. Why did that just happen? Oh, he's got an extra hurt box. That shouldn't be there. What? Hey, solved. Wow. Because on this scene, there was an override on the hurt box that was an additional box that was considered on the default layer instead of... Yeah, it was a specific variant in this scene only. I don't know how that can happen, but we solved it. Good to solve. Okay, next. This is bad. Okay, first of all, what did we update? Fixes, instance, errors. In foothills. Discard these. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, discard it. Adds, did I already do that? Yep. Okay. Afternoon, software artificer. So, this is a pretty straightforward one. This just means that in this scene, during this cutscene, there's an fmod state track. And instead, what we want is Hugo's fmod state clip. What is that? What is an fmod state clip? I've never seen that before. Okay, sure. Oh, it's just got a reference to the clip. Sure. So this needs to be Hugo. And it's music. So the test here would be to... Is it quieter than usual? It shouldn't be. Maybe I'm mumbling a little bit. The music is quite low today. Someone asked for it to be lower yesterday and I left it there for them. So for the test for this should be, it's test progress, and test progress says that we've met the old man and we have not done the Maggie Lake sequence. Now, we literally can't test this because I turned the music off in the game. Sounds good to me. Perfect. All right, fixed. And it's not even 3:11 yet. Next. This is important, but I'm not actually sure it breaks anything. So it would be here, and then this is day 2, demo chapter 1, day 2. Oh, and then she cannot be there. Excuse me. Okay. The thing is I'm pressing up a bunch. I think it thinks that I'm holding a controller, but I'm kind of not. Unless I connect this. Okay, that's better. Yeah, okay. So then what's this log? What's this problem? Character engine drop coins character.gameObject. She might not have a character. So like if character. If Chibata. Yep, sweet. Solved. Keep going, keep going, keep going. It's not even 3:15 yet. Let's put it here. Wrong input charge. Yes, that's a good one to fix. Okay, so this, in this scene, needs to scroll back, scroll back. In this scene, when we do this, in fact, not even that, we can go even further in. This, 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 this. This says AZ, that's incorrect. And if I use my control stick, it's also incorrect. It should also be updating in real time, as bad as it's not. In fact, what happens if I am holding a controller? Okay, it's still wrong. What it needs to be is the correct one relative to the ability that we've got. So when we go to teleport unlock state controller, when we set ability, okay, there should be input prompts here. And it looks like there's not. So, ability modal. There's two of these and I don't know why, and it annoys me all the time. Let's have a look. There's this one and there's this one. This one's wrong. So we'll call it deprecated. Okay. So unlock modal has this little sequence here, which has got not this, input, prompt, these two things here. And technically they all start with the left bumper. So it's really just this here that needs to change. This is the button input, face button input. Okay, so all the way up here, we need ability, title, preview, face button prompt. That's it there. And where's that? It's right there. Okay, so we're good. Face button prompt. Dot button equals ability dot input button. Set ability. Okay, so why is that not working right now? Let's find out. Debug.log. Setting ability button 2. You're in the way. Attack. That's not the attack button, buddy. That is absolutely not the attack button. We might have to use the actual function to do it instead of just setting it like that. Correct. Yay. Sweet. Easy. Okay, next. Sometimes Dandelion 3 ignores us. This, I mean, it is a thing. It's a real thing, and I don't actually know what the conditions are to make it happen. You know, you come over here, you knock some of these guys out. Yeah, they work every single time. You come up to this guy, you go, yeah, and sometimes that just doesn't happen. There is an issue with these enemies where they will only do the correct state that they're supposed to do if they are grounded correctly. And it shouldn't be that way. But they're also not flying enemies. So it's something to do with they do have a self-awareness. There is a width here. And that line, if I just make this like 0.32 and then assign that to, I want to apply that and see what happens. Does it change anything? Okay, it doesn't. The reason why is because I also want to be able to check this against this and see, wow, it's like almost right on the line there. And this one might be above it. So if it's something to do with like them being elevated relative to the ground, that might be something that we can, yeah, we might be able to fix that by going like that, and then it might be more reliable. Wow, it's not even close. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like see that? Sometimes they won't respond because they're not considered in a correct state. Maybe let's take a look. Dandelion Vine. Take damage, set. If I got something where they set the state, like if they're not grounded or something, maybe their idle is considered a grounded idle. Maybe like update do if dying return. Well, that's, hang on, let's do even better. No, we need to know what the state is. I have a feeling that for some reason, you know what? I guess the answer would be to go and check. I'd have to be able to replicate it though. That's the first thing. Yo, thanks for the follow. But it's very rare when that happens. And I've also just changed how it works. So actually, I can still test it correctly. I just have to take him and put him like up here. Okay. Or it could just work even now when it's not supposed to. All right. Whatever. I give up. There's one other thing I can test, which is whether or not it can be interrupted, but it isn't being interrupted. Like right now, if I dive down onto it, it's mid-transition. There's no reason. All right, well, adds width to dandelion self-awareness. What else I can do? If it works, it works. I'm calling it solved for now. Okay, next. Gluttony band, no effect. I mean, I don't want to do it right now. Should the cello be gone completely at night? No, it shouldn't. It should just be a sprite that sits behind the cello that appears at night. It's the same sprite as the cello, but it's like knocked back into the background. Hey, Just Waffle with Tool on game. With too long game. Too long name. Just Waffle with too long name. Got you. Welcome. You're pounding? That's great. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you. Keep on pounding. Okay, let's check this out at night, which is the test progress that we just did, plus you go. Cool. So you just can't interact with it. That's fine. Done. Next. Oh, main scene didn't end properly. Yeah, this is actually quite annoying. Why is that? First of all, you should be over there. And first of all, you should be there. And first of all, this scene didn't end correctly. So what happened? I think what happened is reasonable, but I don't know why it's different from what I imagined, what I remember last time. This thing fades out, but it fades out and then removes the camera. So one way we might be able to solve this is just making the cutscene not wait for the timeline to end. So that, but the cutscene might end before he even starts walking away. Let's have a look. Nah, he needs to run off. He needs to. So then it's not enough to say, wait for timeline to end. You know what it is? We do this. And we end it. I think there's a tag that's like end instant or something like that. Load scene immediately. Not quite. I could see a flicker there. Okay, that's terrible. I think partly also because the zone camera that's in the way. Armin exits the zone camera. There really should be something that I can do where, how about this? That's not quite right. This fade out fades the camera out, right? But what it doesn't do is at the end of the fade out, it releases the camera, which puts the game back into like normal gameplay mode. So if the camera is like resetting back to the active camera and then the scene starts transitioning out, that's what we're seeing. So it's pretty reasonable that it is doing what it's doing. I also want Armin to be like running off camera. Like I want this for him to be running away as this camera's fading out. And I want the scene transition to happen right here. Or just for it to remain black and then fade away. You know what I mean? So challenge. It's a challenge. I don't think I have like a clear solution to this. The scene does need to fade out, and it's something that I need to do regularly. This is like a very common thing where like something's happening as the scene fades away. That's very common. So if I don't have a solution for it right now, what's going on? I think what I want is something that's like fade. It doesn't exist. I'm like, when the cutscene is finished, start fading out. But the cutscene isn't finished. What I would want to do is have like a thing with it, like holds the camera, like freezes the camera. I guess I have a camera shot track instead of the camera transition track. And I think I could also just like not have this fade out. I could have it just not have an ending. And then in that case, what happens? Let's have a look. So what I could do is put like a forced fade out with like a this camera transition track is on this cutscene camera, and the cutscene camera has camera options, and I have an exposure property here. So I could just make the exposure property go down over time at this point in the cutscene. So like from here, set this to 1. At this point, set it to 0. Done. Make it linear. Finished. That might work. That's perfect. Okay, well. I'll keep that for now. Next. This is quite annoying. It might be quite a picky one to do. So what we're looking at here is the toast system, and the toast system, quantity, money, anim dot value, return show. No, that's not it. Integer, text, image, input button. Integer, set active, set component, set the text integer val to string. Okay, what happens if I change the quantity? Update value animation. For each element in elements, e.kind is integer and the game object is not null, then the text is the text message pro on that object. And if the text is not null, then get lerped int value from this to string. So my issue with this must be that, well, we'll go have a look. Let's go get some roses. That says 1. Perfect. The other one is here. That says 1 also. Okay. So when does it start? When does it try to lerp? That's the first question. So value anim.value, value anim.play on show. That's pretty, I mean, that's pretty fair. On show. So let's just check this. Showing toast. Yep, but still 1. So we know it's animating and we know it's forcing it. That's what true does, it overrides it. So it's definitely playing. And value anim, when we set it up, goes over 0.3 seconds. Not a lot of time. So then when we lerp, is this happening? Nope. Okay. So Okay. One more time. Okay. So somewhere in here, we're not getting what we're supposed to be getting. Yep. Okay. Plenty. And they're updating all the time. So we're getting at least this far. But that doesn't count. So what were we getting before? What was the kind? Text. Oh, I see. Okay. So why is then... Oh, okay. All right, all right. So where do we set toast? Six instances. Equipment data, game data, set toast. Oh, this becomes text because quantity is not an integer anymore if you add this stuff to it. So it needs to be quantity. Well, this is an item being lost, but same sort of thing. Toast item, not to string, just the quantity. To string means we can't interpolate, but an item says we can. Sweet. Okay, and then I go over to here. This will work now, hopefully. Bad. Nope. Wait, not quantity. Total quantity. When we toast this item, there's what we want to do. Wow, this is quite picky, and I was really... 3, there we go. It almost feels a bit bad to see the number go up like that. It almost feels like a bug. So I'm actually kind of... Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I do just want to treat it like not a quantity. I just needed to do it after I added it so that I get the correct number. What do you think? Was it weird seeing the 2 turn into a 3? Like, would you want this to say, instead of 0, 1, just say 1? And then the next one, instead of going 1, 2, just say 2? But that's wrong. Ow. I'll leave it. If it works, it works. I don't want to play with it. Okay. Next. $220 quills is not very good. Let's see if we can fix how that happened. How did we get 220 quills? So this is combat unlocked. So we need to go to back here, and then here, and then here, and then here's our enemy. I got 56 off that guy. And it was only showing as 1 before because it wasn't toasting the item correctly. That's pretty good. Well, now we know. So, why are we getting 56 of those things? Yeah, okay, we got a lot of those. This needs to happen exactly once. So, where does collect get called? It should set active to false. Why is it not doing that? Why would I want that to not be true? Am I doing something wrong here? First of all, what is this? Little merchant menu. Set object instance not set to instance of object. I mean, magnet ring should be a one-time purchase, but I didn't set that up. That's Luca. So how does this, why is this not functional? Come on. So it's trying to do something with the magnet ring and it's actually failing. So actually there is an issue with the magnet ring. Trying to set its color to 50% grayed out. Now, if we go to our listables, you have to press play for that first. I think it needs to instantiate them. The last one is that one. And we don't have a TMP text. So this should just be, I think, if TMP text. And that might be the reason why it didn't subtract the money. Yep, it's good. So this quill it gave us 2. Okay, it's not doing it more than once. It only did that once too. Hang on, let's try something. I already have one. Okay, it's perfect. Next. This is annoying, isn't it? Armin gets stuck in fall state often. Alright. What's going on, Armin? What can make us get stunned to death? I guess if I just jump. That's fine. I didn't get to eat my apple. I think it's something to do with being really close to the ground. When I get hit. It only happened once. Oh, damn it. Okay. All right. So let's have a look. Amen. So here is the, where is the terrain? There's the terrain. He's definitely on the terrain. For sure, he's grounded. That's not even a question at that point. And when we look at the current state that he's in, he is in tumble. And tumble is not grounded yet. I mean, complete happens when self-awareness.grounded is true and time is greater than 0.1 and velocity.y is less than equal to 0. I feel like maybe even this... okay. Debug.log body velocity.y. No? Are we even tumbling? Ooh, it's a value that's very, very, very small, but it's also positive. So this is not right. Even something like that will fix it. Straight away. Cool. I would do that, but we don't have them as like tracks yet, Ian. Like they're sort of not really mastered yet to go like end to end. They're sort of, some of them are loops, some of them are unfinished. When we have like a soundtrack, yeah, it'd be great. In fact, maybe I'll see if I can get Morgan to agree to mastering some of them a bit more like that. Adds lower threshold to avoid tumbling characters getting locked onto the ground without knockdown. Yeah, more for YouTube videos than for the stream. I don't really want it to get old, you know? I'm sort of aware that if you play something long enough, it becomes invisible. How did my family dinner and call go? Family dinner? How recently was that? Oh, you mean like yesterday? Oh, yesterday was shopping, not family dinner. Dinner with my brother. Sorry, yes. We didn't end up doing that. Oh God. I've been in like essentially on call for this archaeology project, and it's just every single time we get a stable build, somebody wants to do something with it. Well, we had like a stable build for like a week and a half. I'll tell you the story. We had a stable build for like a week and a half, 3 weeks ago, before the exhibition went live. Everything was great. I was happy. I was convinced that we were good to go and that I wouldn't need to do much maintenance on it. A week after it's behaving well, there starts becoming some issues, and I'm like, well, oh, that's no good. Like, I'll have to address them. And I spent about a week and a half making updates. And every time I'd make an update, it wouldn't fix the issue, but a new different kind of issue would raise its head. And I was playing whack-a-mole with these things. And this is like a project that I'm not there in the exhibit, so I can't see what's happening. And there's aspects of the way that the setup works that I can't replicate here because it's networked. So on my local PC, I can't see what happens when 10 people are using it at once. Nonetheless, we got to a point where I noticed that one of the files, the config files on the thing, I was talking about this yesterday, the config files were not set up correctly across all of them. So they were all acting as if they were the master in the system, but there should only be one master across the 10. Meaning there was a whole bunch of stuff like logic that just was, happening much more frequently than it should have, and the system couldn't handle it. But what we ended up noticing was that when we fixed that, the build that we ran on December 4th, like 3 weeks ago now, was fine. So I did like a week and a half, 2 weeks of like mucking around on a build that probably would have been fine if it was configured correctly. And then I, in the meantime, did this big refactor, made sure that it was like super solid. And then we were A/B testing. So we had like one of the PCs had the new refactored build, and that was working fine, as were the others. So like, yeah, yesterday everything was working fine, even though we had two different builds running at the same time. One of them, the older one, was the master. Most of them were running on the old one, and then the new one was one of the clients. So we all just agreed, hey, since everything's working great and we've done this refactor and it's got a bunch of nice new functionality, why don't we push the new build with the refactor on all of them? First thing in the morning, bugs everywhere. Nothing works. It's like, how is this possible? And like, naturally the client is saying to me like what we changed was the build, so let's revert. And I'm thinking like, it was working and failing independently of the builds, because it worked and failed on one build and it worked and failed on the other. And also, like, I don't know, they had other issues today. Like, there were problems with the MQTT server. One of the IP addresses had changed maybe recently, and then Windows did some update and all of the computers got like locked out. Like, you couldn't go into the user, you couldn't log into the PCs to check them once they were up and running. So like, I can't even diagnose what happened this morning before the rollback. And I mean, like, it's possible, guaranteed, it's possible that it's the code, it's the game code, right? It's possible. And it's true that the games should probably work independently of what's happening with MQTT. Like, if they all fail to connect to the master, they probably should just carry on working anyway. So there is some, they're probably, not probably, it's possible that there's something wrong with the refactor that I built that would cause it to behave incorrectly if you know, in imperfect conditions. At the same time, it's heartbreaking that this stuff is happening, because I'm putting so much effort into testing it, and it's like every day there's like more stuff. So I'm very stressed about all that stuff, because what I would want to do is be in contact with the people in the museum, be getting data in real time, be able to speak to them or ask them questions. But because of the, I guess, business structure, that's the relationship here, it's like they're not my client. So like, what I get is secondhand information that I can't ask more information about, and I can't see it because the remote tool we're using called Splashtop is not very good at the moment. You get one frame and then it locks you out, so you can't like play test it. So I can't monitor it, I can't play test it, I can't ask more about what's going wrong. All I get is a report in a message on Slack saying that they noticed this happened, fix it, you know? So it's no one's fault. It's totally natural. It's a thing that can happen, you know? You can't account for all the variables. You don't know what you need to fix until it's broken. But man, I would love to be able to fix it properly. I'd love to be able to like get in there and not waste my time or anybody else's time, because it's like tomorrow's Christmas Eve. So like, I don't want people to have a bad experience over Christmas, you know, or over the holidays. I want it to be good. It's important that it's good. And I would volunteer. I'm happy to go down there and do it. But I feel like I'm not in control. Of the content, like of what's happening, because I can't, because I don't have the, you know, the certain aspects like the stakeholder management side. The stakeholder management of the museum as a client is not my responsibility. That's probably the biggest reason why it's hard right now, is because they're not my client. So my contact with them is probably expected to be minimal, but that makes it very hard to do what I'm supposed to do for my client, which is make sure that the game works. And in the meantime, I feel like it doesn't look great. You know what I mean? For me, on me, I feel like I look bad if I'm saying, hey, it's done, and then it's updated and then it doesn't work. Like, it's not a good feeling. And I know that I'm better than that. I just don't have the tools that I need. Tough, very tough. Okay. Yeah. And I get it. Like the thing is, it's like everything's about margins here, because the agency, they have other projects they're trying to win. They have other things they're trying to do. So, because they've got other tenders to bid for. So it's not in their best interest to put a lot of energy into maintaining the communication lines between me and the museum. Not for anyone's fault. It's just like, you know, at a certain point, the job gets handed over, you get paid. I mean, you want to support it the best you can, but like certain things, everyone's got their own business priorities that, you know, and I'm speculating here. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody but myself, but I you know, I understand that's what happens. When I used to work in an agency, same thing, you know, you do your best. You shake hands when you deliver, you say, thank you. And then, yeah, if things aren't great, you have to support them, but you can't predict how many resources to assign to the support. It is open. Communication's open. I just need like, yeah, I guess I just need to be able to talk to them. That's, I guess for me, the thing that would definitely help me. And maybe I should, if I was to ever do this again, maybe I should seek to establish that as part of the contract or something. I don't know. It's very unfortunate. It's such a minor thing, like a different version of this, and we shake hands, say goodbye, no update needed after November. You know, it's so unlucky that it's failing in this way. All right. Okay. So pauldron, no visual effect. This is an important one, mostly because if the player wants to put something on and it affects how they play through the game, they should be able to see it, because it feels good to see an icon that says that you've got special whatever equipment. So let's go do that now. Yeah, it's really important to me to not be the kind of person, like I'm not trying to speak bad about anybody. I don't think anyone's doing like something unprofessional or wrong. I'm just like, I'm on stream and I'm frustrated. It's not anyone's fault. I'm not looking to blame anybody. It's just difficult because I have my own business as well, you know. I also have lots of priorities too. So this is a status effect. Okay. Trying to find a game to start streaming one that's not a huge of an audience, but not too niche. So you want to get into streaming and you want to play a particularly niche game or a game that's kind of niche, and you're wondering if I have any advice for you as a streamer. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. It's not easy because, like, no matter what, you're going to be up against. It's going to be. This is the way that it is. Okay, I'm going to explain this. So you're streaming, right? And you're making content, and there's some audience, right? Could you tell me what the game is? Like, how niche are we talking here? And the other question would be, are you looking to do variety as well? Like, are you doing other stuff or just this one game? And also, what are your goals as a streamer? If I know those three things, I can give you advice. And what's your social security number? We don't have those in Australia. Oh, clinkers. Okay, somebody checked in for a clinker ages ago. Sorry, bud. Whose was it? My B. Massive, my bad. Yeah. Whose was the clinker? Was it Robbie Rucci? My Hero, Ultra Rumble, or horror games. I'm looking to do variety, not Robbie Rucci. Who was it? I can check the list. Sorry, everyone. That's me, bad. It was Diamond. Hang on. No, it was Robin Rumbershead. Robin, are you still here? I'm just going to reject it, and you can redeem it again if you need. Sorry about that, bud. I thought it was an R as well. Okay, so you're playing a kind of a niche game or horror games, and your goal is to build a community as well as grow this space and become a household name. Okay. So you want to be Markiplier. That's good. That's good. Having a clear goal is important. So I would say, if you want to be Markiplier, it's really, really important to think about what it is that Markiplier does. Markiplier actually is not, the fact that he plays horror games is kind of like secondary to who Markiplier is. Markiplier is somebody who has built an audience because he's personable, he's friendly, he reacts well, like he's got a good on-screen presence, pretty witty and funny. Like he's a comfortable person to have on a second screen, or even on a main screen if you're watching him on YouTube or whatever. So I think that aspect cannot be ignored, of like just being someone that is able to build a community around them. Just like being able to produce a lot of content very regularly, to be able to kind of, in a way he's like leading his own audience. It's like when you make content, you're sort of doing a commitment. You're sort of committing, you're making a promise to people watching, like you guys all watching me right now. There's 137 of you, and there's 137 people today because 137 people have tuned into the stream before, had a pretty good experience, enjoy the content, and want to watch it again. And I'm here still. I'm here tomorrow, and I'm here next week, and I'm here next year. And so there's something reliable there. The experience is pretty consistent, but also there's something valuable about watching it. So I think like gaming is always going to be fun to watch, and it's just about being patient and building that audience. It's harder to do these days. You often have to be doing it, extra marketing on top. You have to be doing the TikToks and the, YouTube shorts and all that stuff too. So as long as you're making good content that's exciting to watch, and you're making it regularly, and people are enjoying it, and you're enjoying making it, that's another huge thing, then I think it doesn't matter what content you're streaming. I would probably guess that doing a lot of popular content is a good idea, because people find the content first and then they'll find you. Whereas if you're doing very niche content, it might be harder to find you in the first place. It's not really, if you want to be Markiplier, you can't be a big fish in a small pond as Markiplier, right? You can't say, well, I'm just going to stream this, I don't know. I'm just going to stream Ark Survival, or like, I don't know, something like DayZ. I'm going to stream DayZ because that's such a small community that like I'll probably be the biggest DayZ streamer if I stream that. Well, do you really want to be the biggest streamer in a category with like 200 viewers? I don't know how many people play DayZ today. Okay, if you love DayZ, don't come at me. But yeah, that's kind of that's the way I would see it. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. Pick a popular-ish game that's missing coverage in a time zone. Yeah, but I would be very careful about doing something that doesn't meet your needs. Like, the biggest hurdle is continuing to produce content. Like, I've been doing this for how many years now? 8 years. I do it this way, and it's the only way I can do it. If I was hunting around for time zones and I was streaming at different days and different hours, I think it would be way harder for people to watch me regularly, and it would be harder for me to commit to anything, because I don't know when I'm streaming next month, because I don't know which game I'm streaming, you know? That would be really hard, I think. Nice. There it is. I think it could be almost wider. Doesn't really look right though. I mean, it's sort of not looking like a shield at that point. That feels way too wide. I mean, that's probably it. It just looks kind of awkward. I think it's because it's already going to get an outline. So maybe I should just avoid outlining it a second time. And just do that. Yeah, that actually looks way better. Yeah, sweet. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, cool. I really want to be able for everyone to play it soon. I'm trying. You can see me working on stuff. Adds defense up. Icon. Okay. And then what else? It's now 4:22. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I don't think it's a big deal right now. Balance cutscene, missing dialogue in timeline. Balance cutscene, missing dialogue in timeline. Oh, the balance cutscene is missing dialogue in the timeline. I'm like, how do I balance a cutscene? Okay, this is this, and this is what we're looking at here. So what's going on here? So he goes, camera goes there. We made this world with our words. You must learn them our ensigns. Go. Okay, I mean, that's pretty reasonable. Let's play it out and see what happens. You must save her, my daughter. No, you don't collect that many quills anymore. We fixed that one. Wasn't there a line? I think there was a line about different words, different colors. Maybe that got lost somehow. Take this and this, push them forward, bring this back here. There was one more line about different words, different colors. Different words, different colors. Yeah. Sweet. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that didn't even save. So annoying. I need to fix that soon, man. All right, next. This is no big deal. This is no big deal. Magnet ring didn't take any money. That might be different now. We could check that. Check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna do what's called a game dev move. Whoops. Please. Okay. Then I want to spawn. How many of these do I want? Oh my god. Spawn 60. Oh no. We just have to watch it 60 times, chat. S 61. It's fine. There might have been a better way to do this. That spike kick's getting awfully close. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's fine. There we go. And now we can afford the ring. I hope. Oh, we already got one. Okay, well. That was a big waste. Well, I tried. Can't fix the bug. Where is the magnet ring? I'm sure there was an accessories thing here. Items, key items, rations, designs, upgrades, accessories. So not the magnet ring. I can't seem to even toggle that. Okay, well, I give up. How do I do this? You know what? I actually might have a thing to set the money. Yeah, it actually is. It actually is in the game, and I didn't even bother looking. Yep, it worked straight away. Set money 1,000. I've just used it so infrequently that I never even thought of it. Oh no, I used an onion. Now I can't afford my magnet ring. Yeah, it did it. Look, the money's down to 493. So it wasn't working before, maybe because of something else we were doing wrong. I don't think it's the problem with the ring itself. Or the way it was set up in the thing. It's only 4:30. Next, we're smashing through these, chat. Workers' Pauldron doesn't break boxes. All right. The thing is, with the reckless roll, I'm a little concerned because if it does like 5 damage, you could just kill things by rolling through them forever. And it just doesn't feel like... I'm not sure that's a good idea. You know, this becomes a valid way to play the game. I guess it has to be useful somehow. Right, why would it exist if it's not useful at all? But this should definitely... Oh, it does break. It literally is a damage question. Okay. That's fine. 4 is fine, and it can break the boxes, so... I think the boxes just need... maybe instead of a... They need like a limit of how many times they can get hit. So just like a total hit count. I think total hits is fine for a box. There we go. Cool. Next. Forge input prompt over Armin's face. Easy one to fix. This is what I'm talking about. Our hero, Mr. Face Buttons. This is the interest interactable on the Crucible prompt, which needs to be here at negative, at basically 0, but we could say negative 0.3 or 4 even. So it's that. It's not great. That's clearer. I could put it like all the way up here instead. Why is the interactable not dead center with the artwork? I think it's offset by 1 twice. Maybe a little lower even. It's not great that it's the same color as everything else. Yeah, okay. That'll do. Next. Morgan's music. Okay. So, a couple places where the music is not where it needs to be. Well, there is not music where there needs to be music. So, we need this fight here. Mini boss container. Public event sequence, event reference, using Fmod Unity. It might be Fmod Unity, it might be Fmod. Event reference, music. And let's see if it exists first. Yep, sweet, okay. So, when we enter, is it set music though? There it is. It needs to be an Fmod state. Set music event. There we go. And then on exit, how do I reset the music event? It is under Cheverton, but there's only one mini boss theme the entire game. It's just that we're doing it now, this chapter. Hey. Sorry, I do need to give you feedback on that. Give me 15 minutes. Okay, so I need like game system current scene meta. It's a public static thing, so it's no. What is this? An Fmod state. this probably should be an Fmod state, actually. Because what it lets us do is then set parameters on like half health and stuff like that. I don't have a thing called Fmod state. I have state zone. Oh, hang on a second. No, it's just a property that's like this. It's just the same thing, but music. Boss. Mini boss. It's just that the state will have a slider. All right. Well, can we do this? Yep. And can we... Hang on a second. Start this again. Everyone, stop. It's playing. That was a massive uppercut. We definitely need a sting on the end of that. Okay. So Morgan our mini boss feedback needs a sting on intro and outro. Okay, but it's in. That's great. And then is that right, Boyo, 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 Boyo? Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there. There's I'll show you another battle that's a bit more interesting. In fact, let's get that same track in here, but we'll play it in the whole level. Jesus. Pretty good, huh? Yeah, the way that I'm doing this game, which is yeah, it's supposed to be Street Fighter, Smash Brothers kind of put together. There's a little bit of a secret sauce here with the enemy kind of behaviors, where the goal for me is for the player to learn their movesets and the triggers. And when you know the enemy behavior perfectly, you can kind of almost make the enemy do what you want them to do. Like this enemy, for example, will always uppercut when you're above them. So if you jump up, he'll uppercut, and then you can stab down and then start your combo. Oh shit. So just knowing that they have different, like very clear trees about like, okay, if enemy is above me, I will uppercut. If enemy's in front, I'll use my slash. And then there are very specific responses to those moves. So like the forward attack. Okay, we got grabbed. You always backstep for that one. So that's always a parry by jumping backwards. Yeah. It's like a conditioning thing, but it's kind of baked in because it's not a not a multiplayer game. So there's a scene here that has no music. What can we do for this? There's actually a cut scene here that could have music in it. This scene here. The bridge sequence could have in its timeline an Fmod track where we put in an Fmod clip. And the clip's job is to whoops. Let's go back. Maybe that's okay. Something is better than nothing. If I play this and then make this empty, does that stop the music? Oh, is there a way for me to set this as nothing? Yeah, and then is music. Does that turn it off? That sounded really cool, sped up. Well, that's why I'm hoping to end it before the scene ends. Because it doesn't build to anything. Like this next scene is nothing. Maybe this could be some sort of ambient wind. I mean, there is wind, but it's not very windy. If we go back to here, and then we check the scene meta, the sound effects events, yeah, it's got orange set ambience foothills. So it is playing just like birds and insects and stuff in this scene. It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be kind of quiet. This one here could be, we could swap this with a different track that's not quite as dark, more mischievous, but I actually prefer it dark here because of the Hunden that shows up. The bad guy, the one in the red cloak. So I think I'll keep that there. I know it's probably not ideal, but it is what it is for now. Is there anywhere else in the game that doesn't have music? I mean, this track itself, the space itself does not have a track. We could see what we've got. The thing is, we don't really have anything. That I would put here. It's like Crucible music, but it's a bit. And then from here, there are at least a couple of cutscenes that I need to add here and there. There's a couple of characters I want to bring back in. I would love to populate this space. I think it's time. I think if I'm being like brutally honest with myself, I'm starting to feel like polishing this stuff. There's stuff that can be polished and there's no problem doing it. And you can do that stuff forever and nothing bad happens. And then there is stuff that might change because of player feedback. I need to start implementing a standard of if this is going to change to player feedback, don't add it. Don't do it. So, and that's all the content. The question then is, how do I validate the content if I don't put it in there? I have to add it at some point for you to see it. So, like, for example, I might get feedback that says this area seems pretty empty. But the area is empty because there's no content in it. But if I add content, that's going to take me some time and it might change. So you can see how it's like, you know. All right. I was going to put Leopold in this scene, facing this way. Maybe he's on the windowsill. Not super obvious yet that he's doing that. Maybe he could be on the roof. It's more fun. So why can't he speak when we walk into him? It's not going to work because of this. All right. Hmm. Hello. Okay, cool. So we can go to here, we can go here, we can go here. Do this, go to here, library, and do that. Yeah. So not every character has dialogue, a portrait. And because not every character can have a portrait, sometimes I will, or like if I specifically don't want to show the portrait because of some, like maybe there's an emotional distance that I'm trying to create, or if Armin's talking to somebody who really doesn't have one and it's too complicated to, like it's too one-sided if Armin has one and they don't, I'll take them both away just to keep it from being too much of an outlier scenario. Like if like 70% have them and then 30% don't, you can kind of start to feel like, oh, these people don't have portraits, and that must be because they couldn't be bothered to draw them or whatever, they didn't have time. Whereas if like half the people don't and half do, then it's more of a stylistic choice. I don't know, maybe that's not a very good reason. So did I animate this? No. Okay, and I think we also need, for this cutscene, I wonder if it doesn't feel right to do it there. I guess I would need like a sequence instance somewhere in the scene. Hey, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Titty Twister. What a name. I feel like you gave it to yourself. But since you've got a sub, you can have it. Yeah. Not very good, is it? That doesn't feel like 1.8. That doesn't feel like what the camera's doing. Unless the sequence is not being played by the player. Because it's being played by this guy. But there's no other way to do it. That's really awkward. Okay, well that's okay. And then let's use my new system to save me from having to do a cutscene here. So we'll just take all of almonds and put them at the bottom. That didn't work. Oh, it's because I only put everyone except for the last one. First one. All right. Oof. That's bottom? That's bottom? That's bottom of the screen? See you, Ian. Also, what timeline is this trying to do? I guess we don't want this timeline to exist anymore. It can go so much lower than that. This is the floating dialog box. This is where it's placed. I guess if you count the bottom of this and then that's the margin, but it's using a different kind of margin than I would want it to use. If I bring the safe zone margin out, that doesn't change it. So actually, I don't believe that that's the problem. I think the problem might be in dialog anchors. Which put the bottom row. I mean, that's pretty low. Wait, that's the bottom row? And that's the bottom? That's super low. So what, if I take this and I move it down further? What? Surely the text should be able to go lower than that. Is it now because we have the safe zone? That's way too safe. Like if I take the safe zone margin and then shrink that down, that's about where I would want it. Maybe even lower. Maybe like there would be safe. 24 pixels. That would be the top. I suppose we're cutting off Armin's hair a little bit, but I mean, that's fine. So if I took this and I flipped it so that he was facing the correct direction, I feel like that's pretty good. All right, well, let's go back to here and check it again. What did I do with this? Lower. And then floating dialog gets the safe zone margin at 24. And then bottom goes all the way down to 64, negative 64 from where it is right now. Where is it? Where did it go? Okay, it's in camera. So top row, that's way too low. Middle row, bottom row. All right, well, let's call it 1.8. And then now the only thing I want to check with this is that if I might have screwed something up just now. That's looking okay. Nah, that's too low. That's too low. Okay. All right. Let's say 1.4. Bring it 1.5. That's too low, man. Why so low? Okay, back to where you were before then. My bad. My bad, bro. I just don't know why it's so high in this scene. Is it because it's using... Is there any specific thing where it picks a different set based on what the context is? No. The challenge here is that dialogue clip I get to set face left or right. Wait, where's that? In set target. Which is part of set position, which happens when we call play. And this boolean is just use transform scale equals true. Nope. Hmm. There we go, that worked. Nice. Okay. So, I mean, I did want to give a timeline to them. I'll do that later. I guess it's fine if they just don't respond. But they can't have the ... if you can't talk to them. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's really annoying too. Could you explain how get access raw works? Sure. Get access raw takes this stick and it gives you a number on, it gives you a white, you type in the axis that you want, horizontal or vertical with a capital letter. And then if you push it all the way to the left, it's going to be -1. If you push it all the way to the right, it's +1. That's it. It's just, it gives you the actual value between -1 and +1 of the axis that you ask for. One thing to note is that raw means there's no smoothing on that. If you go from here to here in one frame, it's going to go -1, 1. And if you're a little bit wobbly or there's something not quite right about your controller, raw is going to give you the exact value. If you just write get access, it will do a little bit of treatment to it to make it a bit smoother. And then you can set those values in the project settings as well to be more like what you want. So 0 is neutral. 0 is nothing. Left is -1 on the x-axis. Right is 1. I mean, it's the best way to read the input for the character. It's not the best way to make the character move. Those are very different things. Like, most games don't just say, hey, you're pushing this like that, and now your character moves. Most games have some logic that set some value, maybe it's velocity or, whatever, that you use to interpret a speed, and then you use that to interpret how much you should move. And then you also factor in collisions and all that kind of stuff. Depends on how complicated your game is. If your game is based on a grid, you might use this to determine whether or not you should move your character one space to the right or the left, which only can happen at a certain frequency, or only when the stick goes from neutral back towards a direction. You have to let go of it to turn it, or there's maybe a repeating number. There's different ways of doing it depending on the genre. If it's for a game like this, I take that input value and then I turn that into basically an integer. I turn it into like a digital, 0 or 1 on the axis. Like I have like a Boolean that's called like an enum that's called get H input, and H input can be like left, none, or right. And then based on what's happening on the input, I have a bunch of states that I set. And then, there's my character can do different things when I'm pressing the controller. It can be, the character can be walking. That's what's happening here. Hang on a sec. Yeah, the character can be walking to the right, or can be running to the right, or jumping to the right or left, right? So it's not just what the stick is doing. The stick is determining something, but the character has to determine based on the context, the environment, the other inputs you might be pressing. That determines how the character moves. Make sense? I'm going to take a break and I'll be right back. That's okay. All right. So I'm tired. I gotta give some feedback to one of our animators on an animation that she put together. Which is, she put it in the animation section. One sec, pals. So, one sec. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Boom. Okay. Oh, thank you. You got a reel? You can send me something? So, hey, Engrather, welcome. I'm not super into it. I think for me, some of the like macro motion isn't quite right. Is it boom, 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 boom? Is that what I'm seeing? Boom, boom, boom. I can't tell if it's. That would be pretty cool if that's what it's doing. It's hard for me to. It's hard for me to interpret it. I might just send some messages along. Is the idea that he's doing a 1, 2. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to say. It's not finished. She's obviously still work in progress on it. I think. In my head, I think it was a bit more. I had him not so stable, a bit more like bouncing on, like alternating on one foot or something like that. Obviously, I didn't say that in the brief, so it's my fault. But this might be something that's worth me sort of taking a stab at. Yeah, the swivel of the drum is good. I might prefer it to be more like bang, 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 bang or something, rather than something so subtle. Like the bomb bombs feel a little bit just it almost looks like an accident. It's hard for me to track it. I agree. More tail movement for sure. She'll get around to that. She'll get to that. This is still early. I also think like it could be like way out. It could like really give it some, you know, it doesn't have to be so gentle. Like this moment here. Yeah, there's some stuff here where I almost feel like, you know, maybe we could do something more like. First of all, I'd have the eyes like this. Oh, I don't have any roles or anything. I was just looking to see what you had. I don't have anything available at the moment because the game doesn't have any voice acting in it. There's no brief. It's just if you're offering. Really? Show me that mallet. That one there, probably not because of it's leading into the soft hits, but I'm not sure we should have the soft hits. Also, this is no good. You don't go from here. From here to here softens it. You go out even further on this frame. Usually. It's a cat. But I also think like you want to see, I think I want to see like more full body in the step. So like I know what I'm looking to see. And I know that Morgan can do that. I know that she can get there if I ask for it. Like I would love for this foot to come up. Right. Now the lean is more motivated. Probably even one more frame. But not down, always up until the frame you want to come down on. It's just little things that it's more of a direction question than an animation question. Like she's still working on this. I'd also make sure I'd probably pull this a bit further up, maybe even angle for this frame. Or maybe even keep it out. There's this thing, what I'm describing for you guys is something that you see a lot in anime. It's very, very, very common in the way that they animate in anime, which is smooth animation looks like this, right? If you want to animate something smoothly, where this is position A and this is position B, or like this is position B and this is time across this point. What's typical is for you to go like this. Over time, go from A to B, right? This is a smooth, like an ease in, out, right? In, out. You're easing either side. So it's going to go slow, 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 slow. So it's like, you know, this is what in the Disney animation school, you would call this like, I think they call it ease in, out or something similar. There's a principle of animation that they describe. Anime does not do this. Anime, and there is another principle in the 12 principles called like exaggeration. And anime does exaggeration, but they do something different. If you're trying to throw a punch, right? The punch, let's say this is time over here. And then this is the punch here, right? I'll use the round brush so that you can see it over time, right? You might want to go like, here's the fist resting. And then it comes back, back, back here. And then you would go here, here. Maybe you would speed up here. And then there's like the big extension frame, and then it would go back to sort of a resting point, right? So it would follow this natural loop, and a human body moves that way. Anime does something different. Anime says, I'm going to pull back frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5. Next frame is going to be over here. It's like, pow! It's like in one cut, they'll just go from fully loaded to fully extended. And that, like the Falcon punch. You know what I'm talking about? It's not smooth, it's instant. And that instantaneous movement feels like an explosion. It feels like so much energy. So if you want something to feel drastic, if you want it to feel exaggerated, in this case, the rhythm of what's happening here, pulling the mallet on this frame here, right? So as you come back here, if I bring the orange point, the mallet, closer to the drum from this frame to this frame, if it got closer, it would feel like we were softening the blow, right? If I take this mallet and put it here, notice how it's like, it's sort of like a step, 1, 2, right? It feels like a slower strike because we're actually working against ourselves. What we're trying to do is make it feel more exaggerated. Smack, bang, bang, smack. Right? So instead of using a frame to deaden the velocity, we're using a frame to increase the velocity on the next frame. That's the difference. If you were thinking about it like an elastic band or like a bow and arrow, imagine a bow and arrow from the top down. Imagine you pull the bow to this point here, right? At this point, that's pretty drawn. Yeah, you're almost ready to loose this arrow. You've got one more frame to go before you let it go. You could put the frame here, right? So the next one you draw is like this to show that it's starting, or you can use the next frame to load it back even further. The next frame after this, it's going to be completely, sorry, that's not very good, is it? It should be more like this. The next frame after this, it's going to snap all the way back. Right? It's going to be all just like a normal bow again, and it's going to fling back. So which one feels better? Pulling it back a little bit further before you let it go, or starting the loose and showing you this frame where it's sort of coming back already? It doesn't need to be smooth. It needs to be powerful. So you pull back further. At least that's the anime way of doing it. Because some things happen too fast to see anyway. So it's not like photogenic, even if it's realistic to increase the velocity over time. It's not photogenic to do that for a lot of these kinds of things. That would be my insistence on like having these things snap, like the foot. That's why the foot goes up, 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 and it doesn't come down until it's on the ground, right? It's more intentional, and particularly because this is rhythm, this is a drum, right? We want to see bop, 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 bop. You know, we don't want to see like sluggish. And I think honestly, like we could probably go even further with some of this stuff. Like you could take this and move the whole drum like further over. It's not going to hurt anybody. I always, and this is like, it's such an important lesson that I've started to learn in the last few years. That when you're putting content out on the internet, you're putting a trailer out for your game, you're putting a showcase on Twitter or something like that, you want people's attention to be caught, right? Animation is supposed to be eye-catching. It's not supposed to be realistic. It's about an expression of an identity, right? Like a character or a brand or a space or like a story. You're doing storytelling with visuals. So if your storytelling is not confident, then it just sort of doesn't feel. People look at things on the internet subconsciously wondering if it's worth their attention. That's the first thing they do. As you're scrolling through TikTok, the first thing you do is you're thinking, is this worth my attention? Is this worth my attention? And then if it passes that initial sniff test, then you watch a little bit longer. So like with my characters, they're having to be on screens that are this big most of the time. And the characters are only like this big on the screen. So how do I get this character to catch your attention? I can zoom the camera in for sure, but they should also be doing the most they can, like an actor on a stage. Not bad. It's getting there. I'll send her that back. Okay. So, I have to go soon. I'm getting messages from people. Who's messaging me? Yeah, animation, it's one of those skills that takes a long time to build up. So a lot of it is just getting the dexterity of like the feedback loop between your brain and your hands and knowing what you're looking at. You know, in time, like if I do this, it's going to look like this. And then you spend 5 minutes, and then by the time the 5 minutes is up, you're where you expect it to be. That's hard. Okay. And then he's gone. I mean, that's fine if he's just there until he's not. Code and art are not the same brain. I don't know. It's all just knowledge. It doesn't have to be. It's easy to look at the world and say, there's this and there's this. There's maths people and there's English people. There's art people and there's science people. It's just stuff that you learn. It doesn't, some of it, I know there is a difference, but like, you know, it's not, you don't have to, you're never locked out of learning something, you know? There is a demo. I really wanted to put it out before Christmas. As a playtest, maybe. You don't have to buy the demo. How much is the demo? It's free. Hey, Thetra. You can paste the link for people who need it. Random audio is built in. Audio transition is also built in. Tween for UI images. What is this, Unity 6 or?
Hey guys, welcome. I have been working in Unity for
Oh, color tweens, yeah. Wait, but what is that? Is it a button he's pressing, or is he managing the integer interpolating the value changing over time? I mean, the thing is with a lot of this stuff in Unity, like you build this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Is he going to click this button up here? Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty good. These are okay. Mix the snapshots? Yeah, I knew about that. Debug.break, yep. Cool. $36 hours. I mean, I suppose I have 36 hours, but I would prefer not to spend the next 36 hours working on my game. Exactly. Man, come on, man. Annoying. Well, I suppose I will. I don't know what I'll do. I wish I had time to just play games and stuff. I really want to do that. I'm so frustrated. I gotta go. It's late. I gotta go. I just realized I'm leaving in like 10 minutes to go to dinner. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Well, we'll get back to it soon. Thank you, everybody, for checking out the stream today. No, Robin. I ended up rejecting it because by the time I got to it, you weren't there. So we can do it next time. Okay? Wishlist insignia. Go ahead and do that, chat and pals, chals. I'll see you all very soon. Okay? Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a great time. Hope you did too. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.